Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
A thought-provoking quote reads, "What surprises me most about humankind is that we get bored of our childhood, rush to grow up, and long to be children again. That we lose our health to make money, and then lose money to restore our health. That by thinking anxiously about the future, we forget the present, such that we live in neither the present nor the future. That we live as if we were never going to die, and die as though we've never lived." This quote encapsulates the contradictions and paradoxes inherent in the human experience. While there is no definitive evidence who originated this quote, its message resonates deeply with many because it underscores common struggles and inconsistencies in our lives. The quote addresses several key themes: nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, avoiding the reality of mortality, and not fully embracing life. The quote illustrates how we often find ourselves torn between the desire for growth and the longing for the simplicity of childhood. It also highlights our tendency to prioritize financial success over well-being, only to later regret this choice. Additionally, it emphasizes how worrying about the future can prevent us from engaging with the present, and how ignoring our mortality affects how we live. By reflecting on these themes, the quote invites us to examine our lives and choices, encouraging us to align our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It serves as a reminder to maintain a balanced perspective on life's priorities, stay present, and embrace our finite existence. Ultimately, it encourages us to live more intentionally, aiming for a sense of fulfillment and purpose. In the following sections, we will explore each theme in greater detail, uncovering insights and lessons about the human condition. This deeper examination aims to help us understand ourselves and our world better, and to find ways to live more authentically and meaningfully. 2. Nostalgia for childhood. A striking paradox in the quote is our tendency to rush through childhood, eager to grow up, only to later long for the simplicity and joy of youth. This sentiment is widely relatable, as many adults look back on their childhood with nostalgia, yearning to recapture its carefree spirit. In modern societies, the rush to adulthood is common, driven by values placed on independence, responsibility, and achievement. Children and adolescents often feel pressured to grow up quickly, taking on adult roles and responsibilities and leaving behind the perceived limitations of childhood. Adulthood is seen as a time of greater freedom and opportunity, enticing the young to embrace its challenges and rewards. However, adulthood often reveals itself to be more complex and demanding than anticipated. Many adults feel burdened by work, family, and financial responsibilities, experiencing a sense of loss or disconnection from childhood's simple joys. This longing for the freedom, creativity, and wonder of youth reflects a deep nostalgia for a time when life seemed less complicated and more full of possibilities. This paradox emphasizes the importance of cherishing childhood qualities throughout our lives. While personal growth and development are necessary, we should not lose touch with the playfulness, curiosity, and openness of childhood. By maintaining these qualities, we can infuse our adult lives with joy, creativity, and resilience, balancing responsibilities with simple pleasures and wonders. Nostalgia for childhood, as expressed in the quote, reminds us to nurture a childlike spirit. It encourages us to embrace the present, find joy in simple things, and approach life with curiosity and wonder. By doing so, we create a balanced and fulfilling existence, honoring adulthood's wisdom while cherishing childhood's magic and possibility. 3. Prioritizing wealth over health. Another significant theme in the quote is the tendency for individuals to prioritize wealth and financial success over their physical and mental well-being. The passage suggests that we often lose our health to make money, only to later find ourselves forced to lose money to restore our health. This observation highlights a pervasive and troubling trend in modern society, where the pursuit of material wealth and professional achievement often comes at the expense of personal health and happiness. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, many people feel intense pressure to succeed financially and climb the professional ladder. This pressure can lead individuals to work long hours, take on high levels of stress, and neglect their physical and emotional needs. They may sacrifice sleep, exercise, healthy eating habits, and time with loved ones to devote themselves more fully to their work and financial goals. However, this single-minded focus on wealth and success can ultimately backfire, leading to various health problems that undermine personal well-being and professional effectiveness. Chronic stress, exhaustion, and burnout can severely affect the body and mind, resulting in anxiety, depression, heart disease, and chronic pain. Some individuals may find themselves spending their hard-earned money on medical treatments and interventions to restore the health and vitality they sacrificed in the pursuit of wealth. This ironic cycle underscores the importance of maintaining a balanced and holistic approach to life, prioritizing health and well-being alongside professional and financial success. While striving for achievement and security is natural and important, we must be careful not to lose sight of the fundamental importance of taking care of ourselves and nurturing our physical, emotional, and mental health. Making self-care a priority and seeking a healthy balance between work and rest can reduce our risk of burnout and illness. This balance cultivates the resilience and vitality needed to thrive both personally and professionally. It may involve setting boundaries around work hours, making time for exercise and relaxation, seeking support from friends and family, and learning to manage stress healthily and productively. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true wealth and success are about more than just financial gain or professional achievement. They are about creating a life of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment, one that allows us to thrive both internally and externally. By prioritizing our health and well-being, we can build the foundation for a rich and rewarding existence, enabling us to enjoy the fruits of our labor and live life to the fullest. 4. Failing to live in the present. The quote also addresses the human tendency to become preoccupied with anxious thoughts about the future, causing us to forget the present and live neither in the present nor the future. This highlights a common struggle faced by many in today's fast-paced, uncertain world, where the pressure to plan, prepare, and anticipate future challenges often overshadows the importance of living fully in the present moment. In our efforts to secure a better future for ourselves and our loved ones, we may find ourselves constantly thinking ahead, worrying about potential problems or obstacles, and trying to control or predict outcomes that are ultimately beyond our control. This future-oriented mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and a sense of disconnection from the present moment, as we become more focused on what might happen than on what is actually happening around us. The problem with this approach is that it can prevent us from fully engaging with and appreciating the richness and beauty of the present moment. When we are constantly worrying about the future, we may miss out on opportunities for joy, connection, and growth that are available to us right now. We may fail to notice the small pleasures and wonders of daily life, or to give our full attention and presence to the people and experiences that matter most to us. Moreover, living in a state of anxious anticipation can undermine our ability to create a fulfilling future for ourselves. By failing to engage with the present moment, we may miss out on valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and development that could help us build the skills, relationships, and resources needed to thrive in the future. We may also become so paralyzed by fear and uncertainty that we fail to take the necessary risks and actions to pursue our goals and dreams. The solution to this challenge is to cultivate a greater sense of mindfulness and presence in our daily lives. This means learning to notice and appreciate the richness and complexity of the present moment without judgment or distraction. It means developing the ability to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, and to respond to challenges and opportunities with clarity, creativity, and compassion. By practicing mindfulness and presence, we can reduce our stress and anxiety and develop a greater sense of resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. We can also cultivate deeper and more meaningful connections with others as we learn to listen, communicate, and relate with greater empathy and understanding. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come from living fully and authentically in the present moment, while also working towards a meaningful and purposeful future. By finding a healthy balance between planning and preparation and staying grounded in the here and now, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. 5. Failing to confront mortality. One of the most profound and unsettling observations in the quote is the idea that we often live as if we were never going to die, only to find ourselves dying as though we've never lived. This stark contrast highlights a fundamental paradox of the human experience, rooted in our deep-seated fear and avoidance of death, and our reluctance to confront the finite nature of our existence. In many ways, the human tendency to avoid thinking about death is understandable and even adaptive. The awareness of our mortality can be a source of great anxiety, uncertainty, and existential dread, potentially paralyzing us from living fully and freely in the present moment. By pushing thoughts of death out of our conscious awareness, we may feel more able to focus on daily tasks and challenges, maintaining a sense of normalcy and stability in the face of an unknowable future. However, as the quote suggests, avoiding death can profoundly and negatively affect how we live our lives. When we fail to confront our mortality, we may become complacent, detached, or even reckless in our attitudes and behaviors. We may take our lives and relationships for granted, assuming we will always have more time to pursue our goals, express our feelings, or make amends for our mistakes. We may also become more focused on superficial or materialistic pursuits rather than cultivating deeper sources of meaning, purpose, and connection. Moreover, when we live in denial of our mortality, we may find ourselves woefully unprepared for the inevitable challenges and losses that come with aging, illness, and death. We may struggle to find comfort, support, or meaning in the face of these profound existential crises and feel a deep sense of regret or despair over the choices and priorities that defined our lives. The solution to this challenge is not to become morbidly preoccupied with death, but rather to cultivate a healthy and realistic attitude towards our mortality. This means acknowledging the finite nature of our existence and using this awareness as motivation and inspiration to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the present moment. It means cherishing our relationships, pursuing our passions, and making a positive difference in the world, understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. By confronting our mortality, we can also develop greater empathy, compassion, and understanding for the struggles and suffering of others. We can recognize the universal nature of death and loss, and offer support, comfort, and connection to those grieving or facing the end of life. We can also advocate for greater social and cultural awareness of death and dying, and more compassionate and holistic approaches to end-of-life care. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a fulfilling and meaningful life is not to avoid or deny death, but to embrace it as a natural and inevitable part of the human experience. By living with the awareness of our mortality, we can cultivate greater presence, purpose, and compassion in our lives, and create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth. 6. Not truly living. The final theme addressed in the quote is the idea that by failing to confront death and embrace life fully, we may reach the end of our lives only to realize that we have never truly lived. This observation serves as a powerful and poignant reminder of the importance of living authentically, purposefully, and with intention, rather than simply going through the motions or pursuing superficial goals and distractions. When we fail to confront our mortality and grapple with the deeper questions and challenges of existence, we may live a life disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. We might settle for comfort, convenience, or conformity instead of taking risks, pursuing our dreams, or standing up for our beliefs. This often leads to a focus on external markers of success, such as wealth, status, or approval, rather than cultivating inner sources of meaning, fulfillment, and joy. Moreover, when we fail to embrace life fully and engage with the world around us, we may miss out on countless opportunities for growth, connection, and transformation. We might not develop our talents and skills, form deep and meaningful relationships, or make a positive difference in others' lives. Consequently, we may become more isolated, anxious, or depressed, struggling to find purpose or belonging in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. This disconnection often results in regret, emptiness, or despair, especially as we approach the end of our lives. We might look back on our choices and priorities with sadness, frustration, or anger, knowing we squandered precious time and energy on pursuits that brought little joy or fulfillment. We may also feel a deep longing for the life we could have lived had we been more courageous, authentic, and intentional in our choices and actions. The solution to this challenge is to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. This means taking risks, pursuing our passions, and living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. It involves cultivating meaningful relationships, contributing to our communities, and making a positive difference in the world around us. It also means learning to accept and even embrace life's impermanence and unpredictability, recognizing that each moment is a precious gift and an opportunity for growth and transformation. By living fully and authentically, we can create a life that is rich, rewarding, and truly worth living. We can develop a sense of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment that sustains us through even the darkest and most challenging times, and allows us to face the end of life with peace, gratitude, and acceptance. Additionally, we can inspire and empower others to live more fully and authentically, creating a ripple effect of positive change and transformation in the world around us. Ultimately, the quote reminds us that the key to a well-lived life is not to avoid death or cling to superficial success markers, but rather to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. By doing so, we can create a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our brief time on this earth and inspires others to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in turn. 7. Conclusion. The profound quote offers a compelling and thought-provoking reflection on the paradoxes and challenges of the human experience. Through its exploration of themes such as nostalgia for childhood, prioritizing wealth over health, failing to live in the present, failing to confront mortality, and not truly living, the quote invites us to examine our own lives and choices, and to consider how we might live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many uncertainties and challenges. Throughout this essay, we've explored each of these themes in depth, highlighting the ways in which they reflect common struggles and experiences faced by many individuals in today's fast-paced, complex world. We have seen how the pressures of adulthood can lead us to feel disconnected from the simple joys and wonders of childhood, how the pursuit of wealth and success can often come at the expense of our physical and mental well-being, and how our preoccupation with the future can prevent us from fully engaging with the present moment. We have also examined the profound and often paralyzing impact of our fear and avoidance of death, and how this can lead us to live in ways that are disconnected from our true values, passions, and potential. Furthermore, we have seen how the failure to embrace life fully and authentically can leave us with a sense of regret, emptiness, and despair, particularly as we approach the end of our lives. In light of these challenges, the quote offers us a powerful reminder of the importance of living with greater mindfulness, intentionality, and purpose. It encourages us to cultivate a balanced and holistic approach to life, one that prioritizes our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being alongside our professional and financial goals. It reminds us to stay present and engaged with the world around us, to embrace the richness and complexity of each moment, and to approach life with a sense of curiosity, openness, and wonder. The quote also challenges us to confront our own mortality with honesty, courage, and compassion, and to use this awareness as a source of motivation and inspiration to live more fully and authentically in the present moment. It encourages us to cultivate meaningful relationships, pursue our passions, and make a positive difference in the world, with the understanding that our time on this earth is limited and precious. Ultimately, the quote serves as a powerful call to action, urging us to embrace life fully and wholeheartedly, with all its joys, sorrows, and uncertainties. It reminds us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from avoiding death or pursuing superficial markers of success, but rather from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from creating a legacy of love, wisdom, and service that endures beyond our own brief time on this earth. By reflecting on the profound insights and lessons contained within this quote, we can gain a greater understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and find the courage and clarity to live more fully, authentically, and purposefully in the face of life's many challenges and uncertainties. In doing so, we can create lives that are rich, rewarding, and truly worth living, and can inspire others to do the same.
Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details. But a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads. Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius," only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. "It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids?" The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context, it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that. But let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome. Have you ever felt that the harder you chase your dreams, the further they seem to slip away? I've been there too. After years of trying to control every outcome, I began to wonder if there was an easier, more fulfilling way to achieve my goals. This led me to the art of effortless manifestation, inspired by ancient Stoic wisdom and modern principles of alignment and energy. The Stoics believed that letting go of attachment and trusting life's natural flow opens us to unexpected blessings. I realized that manifestation isn't about forcing our desires, but aligning with them and creating space for them to unfold naturally. In this guide, I'll share the transformative practices of setting intentions, choosing joy, and taking inspired action, all ways to attract what we want without struggle. If you're ready to stop chasing and start attracting, let's dive into the art of effortless manifestation and discover how what's meant for us will find us naturally. 1. Understand your desires deeply. When I think about my desires, I often ask myself where they come from. Are they truly mine, or are they influenced by what I've seen, read, or been told by others? In the past, I've wanted things that in hindsight weren't aligned with who I am. I wanted a particular job or lifestyle because it looked appealing from the outside, or I thought it would give me status or approval. But the pursuit of those desires often left me feeling empty because they didn't resonate with my true values or bring me lasting happiness. I've learned that understanding my desires deeply means taking the time to reflect on what truly matters to me, not just in a fleeting way, but on a deeper, more meaningful level. Instead of jumping on every opportunity that looks enticing, I now try to sit with my desires. I ask myself questions like, why do I want this? And what will this bring to my life? If I'm honest, sometimes I realize that certain desires come from a place of insecurity or comparison. For example, I may want something because I've seen someone else achieve it, and I feel a subtle urge to prove myself. But the most fulfilling desires, I've found, are those that arise from within, the ones that resonate with my core values, goals, and who I want to become. For instance, I desire meaningful relationships, personal growth, and a life filled with purpose. These desires aren't based on society's standards. They come from a place of inner alignment. They don't fade or feel hollow once achieved because they're rooted in what truly brings me joy and fulfillment. This process of understanding my desires has also helped me to let go of things that aren't aligned with me. When I dig deep, I recognize that some desires are mere distractions, things that seem exciting but aren't aligned with my life's purpose. For instance, I used to think I wanted to live a fast-paced, high-profile lifestyle, but now I see that what I really want is peace, connection, and the freedom to create. A big part of this journey is practicing discernment and staying true to myself, even when others may not understand. Sometimes it's challenging to say no to desires that don't serve me, especially when they're encouraged by people around me. But I remind myself that authenticity is key. By choosing desires that align with my values, I create a life that feels authentic and deeply fulfilling. Ultimately, understanding my desires is about self-awareness and listening to my inner voice. It's about knowing myself well enough to recognize what will bring me joy and growth, rather than chasing after every shiny object that catches my eye. This approach has brought a sense of calm and clarity to my life. I feel more grounded and confident in the path I'm on because I'm pursuing what genuinely matters to me. In a world full of distractions and external pressures, I've found that grounding myself in my true desires is a powerful way to create a life of purpose and satisfaction. 2. Cultivate inner peace and trust the divine flow. There was a time in my life when I thought I had to control everything to make my dreams come true. I held tightly to every outcome, planned every step meticulously, and worried constantly about things going according to my expectations. But over time, I realized that this approach drained me emotionally and physically. It created so much unnecessary stress, and ironically, it didn't even help me achieve what I wanted. Instead, it made me feel trapped in a cycle of anxiety and burnout. Learning to cultivate inner peace and trust the flow of life has been a transformative experience for me. At first, it was difficult to let go of my need for control. I was afraid that if I relaxed, things would fall apart. But as I started practicing acceptance, I noticed a shift. Instead of forcing things to happen, I began to allow life to unfold naturally. I'd put in my best effort, but then I'd step back and let go of any attachment to the outcome. It was like lifting a huge weight off my shoulders. Trusting the divine flow doesn't mean I've stopped setting goals or working hard. It means I've stopped obsessing over every detail and outcome. I realized that my job is to take inspired action while the universe handles the rest. There's a certain magic in surrendering. It opens me up to possibilities I might not have considered and creates space for unexpected opportunities to come my way. It's like being in sync with a current rather than trying to swim against it. One practice that's helped me stay aligned with this mindset is mindfulness. When I feel myself getting anxious or overly focused on an outcome, I pause, breathe, and bring my attention back to the present moment. I remind myself that I can't control everything and that things often happen in their own time. Sometimes, letting go feels like a leap of faith, but I've found that life often has a way of surprising me in the best ways when I trust it. This approach has also taught me to be more resilient. When things don't go my way, instead of getting frustrated, I try to view it as a redirection. I believe that everything happens for a reason, and that even challenges or delays are guiding me towards something better. By trusting the process, I'm able to maintain my peace of mind, no matter the outcome. Today, I focus more on aligning my actions with my values and less on controlling every result. I've come to understand that peace comes from within, and it's something I can cultivate regardless of what's happening around me. This doesn't mean I don't still face challenges or uncertainties, but I'm able to navigate them with a sense of calm and trust that I never had before. When I release my grip on how things should happen, I'm free to experience life's flow in a more harmonious, joyful way. Trusting the divine flow has given me the peace I was searching for all along. 3. Practice gratitude for the present. Gratitude has become one of the most grounding and uplifting practices in my life. There was a time when I focused too much on what I didn't have, constantly comparing myself to others or feeling dissatisfied with my progress. I used to think that I'd only be happy once I reached a certain goal, had a specific job, or lived a certain lifestyle. But the more I chased after these things, the more they seemed out of reach, and the more frustrated I felt. Then I started practicing gratitude. It sounds simple, but it's one of the most powerful shifts I've made. I began by taking a few minutes every day to list 3 things I was grateful for, no matter how small. At first, it felt like just another task, but over time, it transformed my outlook on life. I started to notice the little things that made my days brighter. A friendly conversation, a warm cup of coffee, a beautiful sunset. These small moments were always there, but I had been too focused on what I lacked to see them. Practicing gratitude taught me to focus on the abundance in my life rather than what I thought was missing. It shifted my perspective from a mindset of scarcity to one of appreciation. Suddenly I felt more content, not because my life circumstances had drastically changed, but because I had changed the way I looked at them. The more grateful I felt, the more positive experiences I attracted. It's as if gratitude opened a door to more abundance and joy. Gratitude also helped me become more resilient. When I face challenges, I remind myself of the things I'm grateful for, and it gives me strength. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by what's going wrong, I ground myself in what's going right. This practice has brought a sense of peace and fulfillment into my life that I never found through achievements alone. I've realized that gratitude is a powerful tool for manifesting my desires. By appreciating what I already have, I create a positive, high-vibrational energy that attracts more of the things I want. It's like telling the universe, I'm ready for more of this goodness. And often, that's exactly what happens. Gratitude isn't about denying my ambitions or giving up on my goals. It's about enjoying the journey, celebrating my progress, and recognizing that I already have so much to be thankful for. When I focus on the present moment with gratitude, I feel truly abundant, and that abundance becomes a magnet for even more blessings in my life. Gratitude has shown me that happiness isn't in some far-off destination. It's here, right now, in the life I'm living. 4. Embrace challenges as opportunities. For a long time, I dreaded challenges. When something went wrong, I'd feel frustrated, defeated, and sometimes even angry. I saw obstacles as roadblocks, things that were holding me back from what I wanted. But over time, I realized that challenges aren't there to stop me. They're there to teach me, to push me forward, and to make me stronger. The Stoic mindset of seeing obstacles as opportunities has helped me transform my approach to difficulties. Instead of seeing setbacks as failures, I try to view them as stepping stones. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This idea changed everything for me. It made me realize that every obstacle, every challenge, is actually an opportunity in disguise. When I face a challenge now, I ask myself, what can I learn from this? Instead of feeling like a victim of my circumstances, I try to take an empowered approach. Maybe the setback is teaching me patience, resilience, or problem-solving skills. Maybe it's helping me grow in ways I wouldn't have otherwise. This perspective shift has turned many of my toughest moments into valuable life lessons. Embracing challenges has also helped me to trust the process. Sometimes things don't go as planned, and that can be incredibly frustrating. But I've learned that these detours are often guiding me towards something better. Looking back, some of the biggest challenges I faced led me to the most meaningful experiences or opportunities. They helped me become a stronger, wiser version of myself. Now, when I encounter obstacles, I try to welcome them with curiosity instead of resistance. I remind myself that challenges are a natural part of life, and that they often contain the seeds of growth. This doesn't mean I don't still feel frustrated or discouraged at times, but I'm quicker to bounce back because I know that each challenge has something valuable to offer. Embracing challenges as opportunities has given me a deeper sense of resilience and gratitude for the journey. 5. Set clear intentions and focus on feeling fulfilled. Now, setting clear intentions has been a game changer in my life. In the past, I had vague ideas of what I wanted: happiness, success, fulfillment, but I didn't take the time to define what those things truly meant to me. Without clarity, I often felt directionless, unsure of what I was working toward or how to get there. I'd set goals, but they felt distant and abstract, which made it hard to stay motivated. Then, I began to work on setting specific intentions, Instead of aiming for broad goals like success or happiness, I started defining what those meant on a personal level. I asked myself questions like, what does a successful day look like? Or, what does happiness feel like for me? These questions help me to set clear intentions that are deeply aligned with my values and aspirations. Once I have a clear intention, I focus on embodying the feeling of fulfillment now, rather than waiting until I reach a particular milestone. For instance, if I want to feel accomplished, I don't have to wait for some big achievement. I find ways to feel that sense of accomplishment each day, whether it's by completing a small task or helping someone in need. By aligning with the feeling of fulfillment in the present, I find that I'm more content and grounded, regardless of external circumstances. This approach has also made my goals feel more attainable. Instead of chasing happiness in the future, I look for ways to experience it in small, everyday moments. It might be as simple as taking a walk in nature, spending time with loved ones, or reflecting on my achievements, however minor they may seem. By focusing on the feeling of fulfillment now, I don't just wait for my dreams to come true. I live as if they already have. This has created a sense of joy and gratitude in my life that I never found when I was constantly pushing for more. Living in alignment with my intentions has also attracted new opportunities into my life. I've noticed that when I'm clear about what I want and focus on feeling fulfilled, things start to flow more naturally. I don't have to force or chase after things. They come to me because I'm already aligned with them. By setting clear intentions and cultivating fulfillment in the present, I've found a way to create a life that's rich, joyful, and deeply aligned with my true self. 6. Build a vision board to strengthen intentions. Creating a vision board has been one of the most powerful and enjoyable tools in my journey toward manifesting my desires. When I first heard about vision boards, I was skeptical. Could a simple collage of images and quotes really have an impact on my life? But I decided to give it a try, and what I discovered was that a vision board is far more than just a collection of pretty pictures. It's a powerful visual reminder of my goals and dreams, something that keeps me focused and inspired every day. To make my vision board, I start by gathering images, words, and quotes that resonate with my aspirations. I choose visuals that represent my goals, whether it's for personal growth, relationships, career, or health. Each image I select has a deep meaning, something that instantly connects me to the feeling or state I want to manifest. I like to include quotes from people who inspire me, words of encouragement, and images that evoke a sense of joy and purpose. What I love most about my vision board is that it becomes a daily reminder of where I'm headed. Each time I see it, I'm reminded of what I'm working toward, and it strengthens my commitment to my goals. The board isn't just about the end results, it's a celebration of the journey. It encourages me to take consistent, inspired action every day because I can see my dreams vividly laid out in front of me. I find that this regular visualization helps me stay aligned with my intentions and keeps me motivated, even on tough days. The vision board also serves as a tool for reflection. Every few months, I revisit my board to see what I've manifested, what no longer resonates, and what new goals I want to add. It's a living, evolving representation of my journey. Some images might get replaced as my priorities shift, and new goals are added as I grow and evolve. Seeing my progress reflected on the board is incredibly fulfilling, as it reminds me of how far I've come and how capable I am of achieving my dreams. The act of creating a vision board is empowering. It's like setting a clear signal to the universe about what I want to attract. and it's a fun and creative way to connect with my dreams on a deeper level. Over time, I've noticed that many things from my board start to materialize in my life, often in ways I couldn't have planned. The vision board has become a tool, not just for visualizing my future, but for bringing it into reality through the power of intention and belief. 7. Harness imagination for creative manifestation. Harnessing my imagination has been one of the most effective ways to bring my goals to life. When I was younger, I often let my imagination run wild with possibilities, dreaming about what I could achieve. But as I got older, I became more practical and reserved, pushing my imagination to the side in favor of what seemed realistic. However, I've since come to understand that imagination isn't just for daydreams. It's a powerful tool for manifestation that allows me to create my reality from within. When I harness my imagination, I visualize myself living the life I desire. I don't just see it, I feel it. I imagine the details, the colors, the sounds, the emotions. If I'm visualizing a career goal, for example, I picture myself confidently giving a presentation or celebrating a project's success. I imagine the excitement, pride, and satisfaction that come with it. This mental rehearsal helps me feel more prepared and aligned with my goals, as if they're already within reach. One of the most surprising things I've learned is that imagination has the power to influence not just my thoughts, but also my actions. When I consistently visualize a positive outcome, I start to take steps that align with that vision, even if I'm not fully conscious of it. This mental practice boosts my confidence and makes my goals feel more attainable because I've experienced them in my mind. Imagination also helps me tap into creative solutions. When I face a challenge, I use my imagination to explore different perspectives and approaches. Instead of getting stuck on a problem, I imagine various outcomes and ask myself how I would feel if each one happened. This flexibility opens up new possibilities and often leads to insights I might not have found through logic alone. Using imagination for creative manifestation has become a regular practice. I set aside time each day to visualize my goals and let my imagination roam freely. It's like building a mental blueprint for the life I want, and it makes the journey feel exciting and filled with potential. The more I use my imagination, the more I believe in my ability to create the life I desire. I've come to understand that imagination is not just a tool for creativity. It's a bridge that connects me to my dreams, helping me manifest them with clarity and joy. 8. Practice detachment to create space for serendipity. One of the biggest shifts I've made in my life is learning to practice detachment. For a long time, I believed that the harder I held on to something, the more likely I was to achieve it. But this approach often left me feeling stressed, anxious, and frustrated when things didn't go as planned. Over time, I learned that clinging too tightly to my goals created resistance and blocked the flow of life. By practicing detachment, I've opened myself to serendipity, allowing life to surprise me in ways I never expected. Detachment doesn't mean I stop caring about my goals. It means that I stop obsessing over the how and when they will happen. I still take action, but I let go of the need to control every detail. This practice has given me a sense of freedom and peace that I didn't have before. When I detach, I'm able to enjoy the journey without constantly worrying about the outcome. What I've noticed is that detachment creates space for the unexpected. When I'm not fixated on a specific path or timeline, I'm more open to opportunities and possibilities I might have overlooked. Some of the best things in my life have come when I let go of rigid expectations. It's as if the universe steps in and presents me with blessings that I couldn't have planned for. By detaching, I invite serendipity into my life, allowing things to unfold in ways that often exceed my expectations. Practicing detachment has also taught me resilience. When things don't go as planned, I no longer feel defeated. I remind myself that every experience is part of a larger journey, and that sometimes delays or detours are simply redirections towards something better. This mindset shift has helped me face challenges with a sense of calm and curiosity, knowing that life often has a greater plan than I can see. Detachment has brought more joy into my life as well. By letting go of the need to control, I'm able to fully engage with the present moment. I can savor my experiences without constantly worrying about the future. This approach has made my journey toward my goals feel lighter, more fulfilling, and filled with delightful surprises. Practicing detachment has been a powerful way to embrace life's flow and create space for the magic of serendipity to enter. 9. Take inspired action. Taking inspired action has been one of the most impactful lessons I've learned on my journey to manifesting my desires. For so long, I believed that the only way to achieve my goals was to push myself relentlessly, working hard every day with sheer determination. While hard work is essential, I came to realize that forcing myself to take action when it didn't feel right often led to burnout and frustration. Inspired action, however, is different. It's about moving forward when I feel motivated, guided, and aligned with my goals, rather than acting out of obligation or pressure. I've learned to listen to my inner voice and trust the moments when I feel a sense of excitement, creativity, or deep purpose around a particular action. These moments are the key to inspired action. They come from a place of alignment and ease rather than resistance. The biggest change for me was learning to discern between action that feels forced and action that feels inspired. Forced action is usually rooted in fear or impatience. It comes from a place of "I have to" or "I should," which often leads to anxiety or frustration. Inspired action, on the other hand, feels natural, effortless, and aligned with my values. It's not something I feel I must do. It's something I want to do because it feels like the right next step in my journey. Inspired action has been incredibly freeing. When I follow my intuition and take action when it feels right, I often find that things fall into place with less struggle. Opportunities seem to come my way effortlessly, and solutions appear when I need them. This doesn't mean I don't face challenges. I still do. But inspired action helps me approach those challenges with confidence and a sense of purpose, knowing I'm moving in the right direction. What I've come to appreciate about inspired action is that it doesn't require me to have all the answers up front. I don't need to see the entire path laid out before me. I just need to trust that the next step will be revealed when the time is right. This trust in the process has brought a sense of peace and flow into my life that I never had before. Ultimately, inspired action is about allowing myself to be guided by a deeper wisdom and moving with intention rather than force. By aligning my actions with my intuition, I've experienced greater success, ease, and fulfillment in my journey. I now see action not as something I have to do, but as a natural extension of my desires and goals, and it's made all the difference in creating a life I truly love. 10. Connect with your purpose for lasting motivation. Finding and connecting with my purpose has been one of the most transformative steps in my life. For years I chased after success, trying to climb the ladder or achieve the next big thing. But the more I chased after external goals, the less fulfilled I felt. I realized that my true source of motivation was not found in accolades or recognition, but in the deeper sense of meaning that comes from living in alignment with my purpose. Understanding my purpose has given me a sense of direction that goes beyond momentary goals. Instead of seeking happiness through achievements, I've learned to seek it through personal alignment and fulfillment. It's not about reaching the destination. It's about living in a way that reflects my core values and beliefs every day. When I'm connected to my purpose, motivation comes naturally. I don't need to push myself to stay focused or disciplined because my purpose serves as an internal compass, guiding me with clarity and passion. Whether it's in my work, relationships, or personal growth, when I align my actions with my purpose, I feel energized, driven, and inspired. One of the most important lessons I've learned is that my purpose isn't a static destination. It evolves as I grow and learn more about myself. In the past, I thought my purpose had to be something grand or fixed. But now I understand that it's about following what excites and challenges me in the present. As I connect more deeply with my true self, my purpose continues to unfold in ways I never imagined. This connection to purpose has also helped me navigate obstacles with resilience. When I face challenges or setbacks, I remind myself of the bigger picture, the purpose behind my actions. This helps me stay focused, knowing that every step, even the difficult ones, brings me closer to fulfilling my purpose. Aligning with my purpose has given me a sense of fulfillment that I never found in external achievements. It has helped me move away from a sense of needing to prove myself and instead embrace a life of meaning, contribution, and growth. Purpose is no longer something I'm chasing. It's something I'm living every day. By living in alignment with my purpose, I've found a lasting source of motivation and satisfaction that fuels everything I do. 11. Choose joy as a tool for manifestation. Choosing joy has been an incredibly powerful tool for me in manifesting my desires. I used to think that joy was something that happened once I achieved my goals, once I got the job, the relationship, or the success I was striving for. But over time, I've learned that joy is a choice I can make every single day, regardless of what's happening in my external circumstances. By consciously choosing joy, I've been able to shift my energy and attract more of what I want into my life. It's like a magnet. When I choose joy, I increase my vibrational frequency, and that positive energy draws more abundance, happiness, and opportunities toward me. I've realized that joy isn't just a byproduct of success, it's the catalyst that creates the conditions for success to flow into my life. Choosing joy has also helped me navigate difficult situations with more grace and resilience. Life isn't always easy, and there are times when things don't go as planned. In the past, I would get bogged down by challenges, focusing on what went wrong. But now, I choose to focus on what I can appreciate, even in difficult times. By doing this, I change my perspective and my energy, which allows me to see opportunities where I once saw obstacles. This doesn't mean I ignore my feelings or pretend that everything is perfect. It means I give myself permission to find moments of joy, no matter how small, and let that joy expand throughout my day. Whether it's a quiet moment of reflection, a shared laugh with a friend, or the beauty of nature, I actively seek out the things that make me feel good. Over time, I've seen how choosing joy changes the trajectory of my life. It has helped me become more creative, more open to new ideas, and more willing to take risks. I'm no longer waiting for someday to be happy. I'm creating happiness right now. And as I continue to choose joy, I've noticed that my goals and desires are manifesting with greater ease. I believe that joy is a magnetic force that attracts everything I need to create a fulfilling life. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the art of effortless manifestation. Remember, life doesn't have to be a struggle or constant chase. By aligning with our true desires, letting go of attachment, and trusting in life's natural flow, we create space for our dreams to unfold in the most unexpected and fulfilling ways. If this approach resonates with you, let's keep the conversation going. I'd love to hear your thoughts, experiences, or any insights you've had on the power of letting go. Drop a comment below, and let's support each other in living a life of purpose and peace. And if you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up, share it with someone who could use a bit of inspiration, and don't forget to subscribe for more insights on living with intention, joy, and wisdom. Thank you for being a part of this community. Here's to trusting the journey and letting life surprise us.
Then signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist, and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family, or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, the measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video. Have you ever wondered how some people seem to navigate life's challenges with grace and unwavering confidence? What if you could unlock the secrets to mastering yourself and living a life of purpose and resilience? Welcome to 20 Stoic Tips for Mastering Yourself, Seneca's Way. In this video, we delve into the timeless wisdom of Seneca, the renowned Stoic philosopher, and blend it with practical insights for our modern lives. These lessons are not relics of the past. They are powerful beacons, guiding us towards personal growth and inner strength today. Whether you're a seasoned seeker of wisdom or just beginning your journey, these principles will inspire and empower you. So, fasten your seatbelts as we embark on this transformative journey, exploring the profound teachings of Seneca through the lens of contemporary life. Let's illuminate the path to becoming the best version of ourselves, one timeless lesson at a time. 1. Cultivate a robust mindset. Cultivating a robust mindset involves focusing on solutions and opportunities, even in the face of adversity. Imagine you've just received critical feedback on a project you poured your heart into. Instead of seeing this as a failure, view it as a chance to improve and grow. This shift in perspective can turn obstacles into stepping stones. For example, Thomas Edison famously viewed his thousands of failed attempts to create the light bulb not as failures, but as lessons that each brought him closer to success. Adopting a similar mindset helps you navigate challenges with grace and determination, allowing you to remain resilient and proactive rather than discouraged and passive. This approach not only enhances your problem-solving abilities, but also empowers you to seize opportunities that others might overlook. By training your mind to focus on the positive aspects of any situation, you build a foundation for lasting personal and professional success. 2. Maintain equanimity. Equanimity is the ability to remain calm and composed, even in stressful situations. Picture yourself stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Instead of succumbing to frustration and anger, practice equanimity by taking deep breaths and accepting the situation as it is. This mental calmness allows you to think clearly and respond effectively. A great example of equanimity in action is Mahatma Gandhi, who remained peaceful and steadfast in his principles even when faced with intense opposition and imprisonment. By maintaining equanimity, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace, making thoughtful decisions that align with your long-term goals rather than reacting impulsively to immediate stresses. 3. Live in alignment with your values. Living in alignment with your values means ensuring your daily actions reflect your core beliefs. Consider a doctor who values health and wellness but leads an unhealthy lifestyle. This disconnect can lead to inner conflict and dissatisfaction. On the other hand, a person who values environmental sustainability might choose to reduce their carbon footprint by biking to work and using reusable products. This alignment creates a sense of authenticity and purpose, as seen in the life of Nelson Mandela, who consistently acted according to his values of equality and justice, even when it meant great personal sacrifice. Aligning your actions with your values ensures a life of integrity and fulfillment. 4. Seek challenges. Embracing challenges is crucial for discovering your true potential. Think of a marathon runner who pushes through physical and mental barriers to complete a race. Each step outside their comfort zone helps them grow stronger and more resilient. For example, J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections before publishing the Harry Potter series, but each setback only fueled her determination. By seeking out and embracing challenges, you open yourself up to new experiences and opportunities for growth. Whether it's taking on a daunting project at work or learning a new skill, these challenges help you uncover capabilities you never knew you had, building confidence and resilience. 5. Focus on your response. Life is unpredictable, and we often can't control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. Imagine losing your job unexpectedly. Instead of seeing it as a devastating loss, view it as an opportunity to explore new career paths or start a business. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor, exemplified this principle. Despite the horrific conditions of the concentration camps, he chose to find meaning and maintain hope. By focusing on your response, you take control of your narrative, transforming adversity into a powerful catalyst for growth and change. This mindset shift empowers you to navigate life's challenges with wisdom and strength. 6. Protect your time. Time is our most precious resource, and once it's gone, it can't be reclaimed. Consider how you spend your day. Are your activities aligned with your goals and values, or are you wasting time on trivial pursuits? Think of Warren Buffett, who famously guards his time fiercely, focusing only on what truly matters. Protecting your time means setting boundaries and prioritizing tasks that contribute to your long-term aspirations. By managing your time wisely, you create more opportunities for growth and fulfillment, ensuring that your daily actions are purposeful and aligned with your broader life goals. 7. Foster empathy. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is essential for building strong relationships. Imagine a coworker who is stressed about a deadline. Instead of ignoring their distress, take a moment to listen and offer support. Empathy can transform interactions, fostering deeper connections and mutual respect. Mother Teresa, known for her profound empathy, dedicated her life to helping the poorest of the poor, profoundly impacting countless lives. By fostering empathy, you bridge gaps between people, creating a more compassionate and connected world. This not only enriches your personal relationships, but also contributes to a more harmonious and understanding community. 8. Do the hard things. Greatness often requires effort and resilience. Think of an artist who spends countless hours perfecting their craft, or an entrepreneur who tirelessly works to build their business. Steve Jobs, for instance, faced numerous setbacks, but persevered to create Apple. Doing the hard things means embracing physical, mental, and emotional challenges. Whether it's enduring a tough workout, solving a complex problem, or navigating a difficult relationship, these experiences build your character and resilience. By consistently taking on hard tasks, you develop the strength and fortitude needed to overcome obstacles and achieve your goals, ultimately leading to personal and professional growth. 9. Limit your desires. Seneca advocated for limiting desires to achieve contentment. In today's consumer-driven society, it's easy to fall into the trap of always wanting more. Consider someone who constantly buys the latest gadgets, but still feels unfulfilled. Contrast this with someone who focuses on appreciating what they have, leading to a greater sense of satisfaction and peace. Seneca himself lived modestly, finding joy in simplicity. By distinguishing between needs and wants and focusing on what truly matters, you cultivate contentment and reduce the stress that comes from incessant desire. This approach not only leads to greater happiness, but also aligns with sustainable and mindful living. 10. Embrace vulnerability. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, but it's actually a sign of courage and strength. Think of a leader who admits their mistakes and seeks input from their team. This openness fosters trust and collaboration. Brené Brown, a researcher and storyteller, emphasizes that embracing vulnerability is essential for meaningful connections and personal growth. By being vulnerable, you allow yourself to be authentic, which deepens your relationships and fosters resilience. Whether it's admitting you don't have all the answers or sharing your true feelings with a loved one, embracing vulnerability can lead to profound personal and relational growth. 11. Choose influences wisely. The people you surround yourself with have a profound impact on your life. Think about the influence your friends, family, and colleagues have on your attitudes and behaviors. Jim Rohn famously said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." Surround yourself with individuals who inspire and challenge you to be better. For example, Elon Musk surrounds himself with talented and innovative thinkers who push him to achieve greater heights. By choosing positive influences, you create an environment that supports your growth and encourages you to strive for excellence, ultimately shaping the person you become. 12. Be a master of yourself. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of personal growth. Consider an athlete who trains rigorously every day, resisting temptations that could derail their progress. Michael Phelps, for instance, adhered to a strict training regime to become one of the greatest Olympians. Mastering yourself means taking control of your actions, emotions, and decisions. It's about resisting short-term temptations in favor of long-term goals. By cultivating self-discipline, you empower yourself to stay focused on your objectives and make consistent progress toward achieving them. This inner strength is crucial for navigating life's challenges and staying on the path to success. 13. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being present in the moment, fully experiencing life as it happens. Imagine sitting in a park, simply observing the sights and sounds around you without distraction. This practice helps reduce stress and improve focus. Thich Nhat Hanh, a renowned Zen master, advocates for mindfulness as a way to achieve peace and clarity. By being mindful, you can make deliberate decisions rather than reacting impulsively. This presence of mind enhances your ability to enjoy life's simple pleasures and respond thoughtfully to challenges, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 14. Live with intention. Living with intention means making deliberate choices that reflect your goals and values. Consider someone who wakes up each day with a clear plan to work toward their dreams, rather than passively going through the motions. Oprah Winfrey, for example, has spoken about living intentionally, aligning her actions with her purpose. By setting clear intentions, you take control of your life's direction, ensuring that your daily activities contribute to your broader aspirations. This purposeful approach helps you stay focused and motivated, creating a life that is meaningful and aligned with your deepest values and desires. 15. Embrace continuous learning. Continuous learning is essential for personal and professional growth. Think of a professional who regularly takes courses and reads books to stay updated in their field. Bill Gates, for instance, is known for his voracious reading habit, which fuels his knowledge and innovation. By committing to lifelong learning, you equip yourself with the skills and knowledge needed to adapt and thrive in an ever-changing world. Whether it's through formal education, online courses, or self-study, embracing continuous learning keeps your mind sharp and opens up new opportunities for growth and advancement. 16. Make others better. Inspiring and uplifting. Others creates a positive ripple effect. Imagine a teacher who goes beyond the curriculum to mentor and encourage their students, helping them achieve their full potential. This dedication not only impacts the students' lives, but also enriches the teacher's sense of purpose. Martin Luther King Jr., for example, dedicated his life to making others better, advocating for equality and justice. By helping others grow, you not only contribute to their success, but also enhance your own character and legacy. This act of giving and support fosters a community of mutual growth and positivity. 17. Say yes to what matters. Prioritizing essential tasks that align with your goals is crucial in a world filled with distractions. Think about someone who declines a tempting but irrelevant opportunity to focus on their primary career objectives. Steve Jobs famously said that focusing is about saying no to hundreds of other good ideas. By saying yes to what truly matters, you ensure that your time and energy are dedicated to pursuits that align with your long-term goals. This selective approach helps you stay on track and make meaningful progress, ensuring that your efforts lead to significant and impactful outcomes. E18.
Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering contentment and resilience. Take a moment today to reflect on what you're thankful for. Simple brushes, a warm cup of coffee, significant achievements.
Studies have shown that practicing gratitude can enhance your overall well-being. Oprah Winfrey, a strong advocate of gratitude, keeps a daily gratitude journal. By acknowledging and appreciating the blessings in your life, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, cultivating a positive outlook that strengthens your ability to navigate challenges and maintain a sense of happiness and fulfillment. 19. Practice the art of reflection. Regular self-reflection is crucial for personal growth. Set aside time each day to think about your actions, decisions, and their alignment with your goals. Consider journaling your thoughts and experiences, as Leonardo da Vinci did, to gain insights into your strengths and areas for improvement. This practice helps you learn from your successes and mistakes, guiding your journey of self-discovery. Reflection acts as a compass, providing direction and clarity for your path forward. By examining your life regularly, you make deliberate changes that propel you toward becoming the best version of yourself. 20. Cultivate resilience through adversity. Adversity is a powerful teacher. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, see them as opportunities for growth. Consider the story of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, but emerged as a leader who transformed a nation. His resilience through adversity became a beacon of hope and strength. By embracing challenges and learning from them, you build the resilience needed to face life's uncertainties with confidence. This mindset transforms obstacles into opportunities, allowing you to grow stronger and wiser with each experience, ultimately leading to a more robust and adaptable character. There you have it, 20 timeless lessons inspired by the great Seneca, presented with a contemporary perspective. These principles hold the power to transform your life, helping you become better at everything you do. Remember, it's not about achieving perfection, but about making continuous progress. By embracing these lessons, you can cultivate a resilient mindset, master yourself, and live in alignment with your values, creating a life of authenticity and purpose. As you incorporate these teachings into your daily routine, you'll find yourself better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. You have the power to apply these lessons and become the best version of yourself. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and growth. If you found value in these principles, please take a moment to like and subscribe to support the channel. By doing so, you become part of a community dedicated to continuous learning and personal development. Your engagement empowers us to keep sharing valuable insights and wisdom.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small. Choose something without asking for their input. Then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship. Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility. just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now. Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened." Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better. A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them. A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know. I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded. Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, we are made for cooperation. Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together. 10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality, but toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil." Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. it's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt-tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious. Cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm." 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
"15 Stoic lessons to handle disrespect in the modern world." 1. Respect others. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to maintain their composure no matter how they're treated? Imagine you're at work and a colleague makes a snide comment about your recent project. Instead of firing back or sulking, you respond with calm and respect. This reaction not only diffuses the situation, but also reflects your inner strength and self-control. Respecting others, even when they don't respect you, is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that we are born not just for ourselves, but for the collective good of others. By treating others with respect, we foster an environment of mutual respect and understanding, which is fundamental to happiness and success in both personal and professional relationships. For instance, think of a time when you witnessed someone responding gracefully to disrespect. Perhaps it was a customer service representative handling an irate customer with patience and empathy. This ability to stay composed and respectful, regardless of the other person's behavior, often transforms the interaction and leaves a lasting positive impression. Respect is not just a reaction, but a proactive choice that defines our character and influences our interactions. It lays the groundwork for harmonious relationships and sets a powerful example for others to follow. In a world where disrespect can easily breed more disrespect, choosing to respect others is a radical, transformative act. 2. Set boundaries. Imagine you're constantly bombarded by unnecessary demands from your colleagues or friends. Your phone buzzes with requests at all hours. Your personal space is invaded, and your time is no longer your own. How do you reclaim control of your life without alienating those around you? Setting boundaries is essential for protecting your space, privacy, time, and energy. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of not losing precious time to trivial matters. By clearly defining what you're willing to accept and what you're not, you assert your right to a balanced and respectful life. Consider the story of Emma, a successful project manager who found herself overwhelmed by constant interruptions and unrealistic demands. She decided to set firm boundaries by creating specific do not disturb hours during her day, and politely but firmly declining tasks that were not part of her job description. Emma's productivity soared, and she noticed a newfound respect from her colleagues who began to appreciate her time and contributions more. Boundaries are not about building walls, but about creating healthy limits that allow you to thrive. They help you protect your mental and emotional well-being while maintaining positive relationships. When you set boundaries, you communicate your values and priorities, making it clear that you respect yourself and expect the same from others. In a world that often demands more than we can give, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and self-care. It enables you to focus on what truly matters and ensures that your energy is invested in meaningful and fulfilling activities. 3. Learn from it. Imagine you're faced with a co-worker who constantly undermines your efforts, dismisses your ideas, and speaks to you condescendingly. It's frustrating and demoralizing. But what if you could turn this experience into a catalyst for personal growth? Stoic philosopher Epictetus believed that difficulties, including disrespect, reveal a person's true nature. Instead of viewing disrespect as a mere annoyance, see it as a valuable opportunity to learn about yourself and others. How you react to disrespect can teach you about your own strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Take the example of James, a junior executive frequently belittled by a senior manager. Instead of letting the disrespect crush his spirit, James decided to use the experience as a learning opportunity. He observed the manager's behavior, reflected on why it affected him so deeply, and sought feedback from trusted colleagues. Through this process, James developed greater self-awareness and resilience. He learned to remain calm and composed, and over time, he gained the respect of his peers and even his harshest critic. Disrespect can serve as a mirror, reflecting our insecurities and areas where we need to grow. By embracing these moments as lessons, we can build emotional intelligence and inner strength. Every instance of disrespect is a chance to practice patience, improve our communication skills, and strengthen our resolve. In essence, disrespect can be transformed into a powerful tool for personal development. By approaching it with a mindset of learning and growth, you can turn negative experiences into stepping stones toward a more resilient and self-aware version of yourself. 4. Focus on what you can control. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the actions of others, frustrated by disrespectful behavior that seems beyond your control? Picture yourself stuck in a traffic jam, late for an important meeting, and a fellow driver cuts you off. making an already stressful situation worse. You can't control their behavior, but you can control how you respond to it. The Stoics taught that true power lies in focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reminded himself that while he couldn't control the actions of others, he could control his own responses. This principle is crucial when dealing with disrespect. Consider Sarah, a teacher who faces disrespect from a difficult student. Instead of letting the student's behavior derail her day, she focuses on her own actions and attitude. She remains calm, models respectful behavior, and applies consistent consequences. By controlling her response, Sarah maintains her authority and creates a positive classroom environment, eventually influencing the student's behavior. When faced with disrespect, you have the choice to either react impulsively or respond thoughtfully. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, you regain your power and maintain your inner peace. This approach not only preserves your dignity, but also often disarms the disrespectful person, showing that their behavior has no power over you. In the grand scheme of things, focusing on what you can control allows you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It shifts your perspective from being a victim of circumstance to being the master of your own fate, empowering you to handle disrespect with wisdom and composure. Beus change to seek 5. Maintain a sense of humor. Imagine you're in a heated discussion and someone makes a cutting remark aimed at you. The tension in the room is palpable and everyone waits for your reaction. Instead of getting angry or defensive, you smile and make a light-hearted joke that diffuses the situation. The room relaxes and the conversation moves on without escalating. Humor can be a powerful tool in the face of disrespect. It lightens the mood, reduces the emotional impact, and can even turn a hostile interaction into a more positive one. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, appreciated the value of humor in dealing with life's challenges. He believed that laughter could help us cope with adversity and maintain our mental equilibrium. Consider the story of Tom, a sales manager who often dealt with difficult clients. One particularly challenging client would constantly criticize and belittle him. Instead of getting upset, Tom used humor to navigate these interactions. When the client made a disparaging comment about a sales pitch, Tom responded with a witty remark that acknowledged the criticism without taking it personally. This approach not only helped Tom stay calm, but also gradually won the client over, transforming a hostile relationship into a more collaborative one. Maintaining a sense of humor doesn't mean making light of serious issues or disrespectful behavior. Rather, it's about finding a way to navigate difficult situations without letting them affect your inner peace. Humor can be a shield, protecting you from the sting of disrespect and allowing you to respond with grace and poise. Incorporating humor into your responses can make you more resilient and help you maintain a positive outlook. It can transform potentially negative encounters into opportunities for connection and understanding, showing that you're above the fray and in control of your reactions. 6. Respond with reason. Imagine you're in a heated debate with someone who starts hurling insults instead of addressing the actual issues. It's tempting to respond in kind. But what if you chose a different path, one of logic and reason? Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, believed that the best revenge is to not be like those who disrespect you. By staying rational and calm, you uphold your dignity and set a powerful example. Consider the story of Lisa, a community leader often faced with baseless accusations and personal attacks at public meetings. Instead of reacting emotionally, Lisa always responded with clear, reasoned arguments and factual information. Her composed demeanor and logical responses not only diffused tension, but also earned her the respect and trust of the community. Over time, those who initially disrespected her found it hard to continue their baseless attacks in the face of her unwavering rationality. Disrespect is often rooted in irrationality, and meeting it with reason can disarm it. When you respond with facts and logic, you shift the conversation from emotional to intellectual. This approach not only protects you from being dragged into unproductive arguments, but also encourages others to reconsider their behavior. For instance, if a co-worker criticizes your work unfairly, rather than getting defensive, calmly present the facts. Highlight your achievements and explain your reasoning. By focusing on the substance rather than the style of their criticism, you steer the conversation towards constructive dialogue and away from personal attacks. Responding with reason also helps you maintain your self-respect and composure. It shows that you are in control of your emotions and actions, regardless of how others behave. This not only enhances your personal credibility, but also fosters a culture of respect and professionalism around you. In essence, choosing reason over reaction is a powerful way to handle disrespect. It upholds your integrity, encourages positive interactions, and reinforces the idea that respect and rationality are the cornerstones of effective communication. 7. Consider the source. Imagine you're at a social gathering and someone you barely know makes a hurtful comment about your appearance. It stings. But before reacting, you pause to consider the source. Is this person known for their kindness and insight, or are they often critical and negative? Disrespect often stems from ignorance, bias, or personal issues, rather than an accurate assessment of your worth. Epictetus advised examining criticism carefully. If it's true, use it to improve yourself. If it's false, disregard it. Understanding where disrespect comes from can help you respond appropriately and maintain your self-esteem. To take the example of John, a writer who frequently received harsh reviews from a particular critic known for their abrasive style. Instead of letting these reviews undermine his confidence, John researched the critic and found that they often targeted new authors with overly harsh criticisms. Realizing this, John decided to focus on constructive feedback from other sources and use the negative reviews to strengthen his resolve, rather than doubt his abilities. When faced with disrespect, consider the motivations and background of the person delivering it. Are they projecting their insecurities onto you? Are they misinformed or simply having a bad day? Understanding the context can help you take the sting out of their words and prevent them from affecting your self-worth. For example, if a co-worker who is generally stressed and unhappy makes a snide comment about your work, recognize that their criticism likely reflects their own frustrations rather than the quality of your work. This perspective allows you to respond with empathy and maintain your confidence. Considering the source helps you filter out unnecessary negativity and focus on constructive feedback. It protects your mental and emotional well-being and reinforces your self-respect. By discerning the true nature of the disrespect, you can respond more effectively and maintain your inner peace. In summary, understanding the source of disrespect allows you to respond with clarity and composure. It helps you separate valuable insights from baseless negativity and reinforces your ability to handle challenging interactions with confidence and grace. 8. Respect yourself. Imagine you're giving a presentation at work and someone rudely interrupts you with an unfounded criticism. In that moment, it's crucial to remember that your self-respect and self-worth are not determined by others' opinions or actions. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic, philosopher and Roman emperor, emphasized that the quality of your thoughts determines the quality of your life. Loving and trusting yourself is essential for maintaining your dignity in the face of disrespect. Take the story of Mary, a dedicated nurse who often faced criticism from a demanding supervisor. Instead of internalizing the negative comments, Mary focused on her dedication to her patients and her own belief in her abilities. She maintained her self-respect by reminding herself of the positive feedback she received from patients and colleagues. This self-assurance enabled her to handle her supervisor's disrespect calmly and assertively, without letting it affect her confidence or performance. Respecting yourself means recognizing your own worth and standing by your principles, regardless of how others treat you. It involves setting boundaries and not allowing others' disrespect to undermine your self-esteem. When you respect yourself, you send a clear message to others about how you expect to be treated. For instance, if a friend constantly belittles your achievements, it's important to assertively communicate that such behavior is unacceptable. By standing up for yourself, you reinforce your self-worth and ensure that your relationships are based on mutual respect. Self-respect also involves self-care and self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and consideration you would offer a close friend. When you make a mistake, learn from it and forgive yourself. This approach not only helps you recover from setbacks, but also strengthens your resilience against external negativity. In essence, self-respect is the foundation of a healthy and fulfilling life. It empowers you to navigate disrespect with grace and assertiveness, ensuring that your inner peace and self-worth remain intact. By valuing yourself, you create a positive ripple effect that influences how others perceive and treat you. En deze sens dus te see to design. Er staan ons weken diks, so versbij ze sedi tekesho, TTT, dat dissertee. The change. Imagine your team when negativity disrespect to come is simply dragged down by this toxic environment. Here's something with change you want to see. Marcus Aurelius urges to embody the virtue of admire, but a proactive. This is sees ditishutas disdano, a titan sute positive, and a role model for others. You can transform the atmosphere around you. Consider the example of Alex, a project manager in a high-pressure work environment filled with stress and blame shifting. Rather than succumbing to the negativity, Alex made a conscious effort to promote respect and positivity. He started by actively listening to his team members, offering constructive feedback and recognizing their achievements. His consistent behavior gradually influenced others, fostering a more supportive and respectful team culture. Being the change means taking responsibility for your actions and leading by example. It's about demonstrating the behaviors you wish to see in others. When faced with disrespect, respond with kindness and integrity. Show that it is possible to maintain dignity and respect even in challenging situations. For instance, if a colleague frequently interrupts others during meetings, take the initiative to create a more respectful dialogue. Politely address the behavior, emphasizing the importance of allowing everyone to contribute. By doing so, you set a standard for respectful communication and encourage others to follow suit. This approach not only improves your immediate environment, but also inspires others to adopt similar behaviors. Your actions can create a ripple effect, promoting a culture of respect and positivity that extends beyond your immediate interactions. Being the change requires courage and consistency, but the impact can be profound. It allows you to take control of your environment, foster better relationships, and contribute to a more respectful and positive community. In essence, embodying the virtues you admire helps you handle disrespect with grace, and transforms the world around you. 10. Surround yourself with positive influences. Imagine you're surrounded by a group of friends who constantly put you down, or colleagues who are perpetually negative. This environment can be draining and can hinder your personal growth. However, by choosing to surround yourself with positive influences, you can cultivate a supportive and uplifting network. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, believed in the importance of good company for personal growth. Being around people who respect and support you reinforces positive behavior and helps you build a strong network of mutual respect. Take the example of Laura, a young professional who found herself in a toxic work environment where gossip and negativity were the norms. Realizing the detrimental impact this was having on her mental health, she decided to seek out colleagues who shared her values of respect and positivity. She joined professional groups and attended networking events to connect with like-minded individuals. This shift in her social circle not only improved her work experience, but also inspired her to strive for greater personal and professional growth. Surrounding yourself with positive influence means actively choosing relationships that uplift and encourage you. It involves seeking out people who inspire you, challenge you to be better, and support your goals. These relationships provide a buffer against negativity and disrespect, giving you the strength and confidence to handle difficult situations with grace. For instance, if you're part of a sports team where teammates are constantly supportive and encouraging, you'll likely feel more motivated and resilient. This positive environment can significantly enhance your performance and overall well-being. Moreover, being part of a positive network allows you to learn and grow. You can exchange ideas, seek advice, and receive constructive feedback from those who genuinely have your best interests at heart. This mutual support fosters a sense of community and belonging, making it easier to navigate life's challenges. In summary, surrounding yourself with positive influences is a powerful strategy for handling disrespect and fostering personal growth. It helps you maintain a positive outlook, build resilience, and create a supportive network that uplifts you in all aspects of life. 11. Practice patience. Imagine you're standing in a long line at the grocery store and the person ahead of you is taking an inordinate amount of time. You feel your frustration rising, but instead of letting it consume you, you take a deep breath and remind yourself to be patient. Patience is a key Stoic virtue, and it helps you remain calm and composed in the face of disrespect or inconvenience. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, believed that no great thing is created suddenly. This applies not only to achievements but also to the cultivation of patience. Disrespect can test your patience, but maintaining it allows you to handle situations more effectively and with greater dignity. Consider the story of David, a customer service representative who often dealt with irate customers. Instead of reacting to their anger, David practiced patience. He listened to their complaints without interrupting, acknowledged their frustrations, and responded calmly and helpfully. Over time, he found that his patience not only diffused many tense situations, but also earned him respect and appreciation from even the most difficult customers. Practicing patience involves several key elements. A. Self-awareness. Recognize your triggers and understand why certain situations test your patience. B. Mindfulness. Stay present and focused on the moment rather than letting your mind race with frustration or anger. C. Empathy. Try to see the situation from the other person's perspective, which can help you respond with understanding rather than irritation. For example, if a colleague habitually interrupts you during meetings, instead of snapping back, practice patience. Politely ask them to let you finish speaking and explain how their interruptions affect the flow of the discussion. This calm and patient approach is more likely to result in a positive change in behavior. Incorporating patience into your daily life helps you stay calm under pressure and respond to disrespect with poise. It allows you to maintain your composure and integrity even in challenging situations. Over time, this practice not only enhances your personal growth, but also improves your interactions with others, fostering a more respectful and harmonious environment. Ultimately, patience is a powerful tool in the Stoics' toolkit, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. It helps you handle disrespect in a way that preserves your inner peace and promotes positive outcomes. 12. Don't take it personally. Imagine you're at a family gathering and a relative makes a snide remark about your career choice. It stings, but instead of letting it ruin your evening, you remind yourself that their comment says more about them than it does about you. Disrespect often reflects the other person's flaws and insecurities, not your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a revered Stoic philosopher, often reminded himself that people's opinions are a reflection of their own perspectives and not an absolute truth about oneself. It's crucial to maintain your self-worth by recognizing that disrespect is more about them than you. Consider the story of Anita, a talented graphic designer who frequently encountered dismissive remarks from a competitive colleague. Instead of internalizing these comments, Anita chose to focus on her achievements and the positive feedback she received from clients and other colleagues. She understood that her colleagues' negativity was driven by their own insecurities and competition rather than a true assessment of her work. This perspective allowed her to maintain her confidence and continue excelling in her role. Not taking things personally involves a shift in perspective. A. Understand the source. Recognize that disrespectful comments often come from a place of insecurity, ignorance, or personal issues within the other person. C. Maintain your self-worth. Focus on your own achievements and the opinions of those who respect and value you. C. Choose your response. Decide how much weight to give to the comment and whether it's worth addressing or simply letting go. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment about your appearance, instead of feeling insulted, remind yourself that their opinion doesn't define you. You know your own value, and one negative comment doesn't change that. By not taking it personally, you preserve your self-esteem and avoid unnecessary conflict. Adopting this mindset helps you navigate disrespect with resilience and dignity. It allows you to separate your self-worth from others' opinions, leading to a healthier and more balanced emotional state. When you don't take things personally, you're less likely to react defensively and more likely to respond thoughtfully, maintaining your inner peace and self-respect. In summary, recognizing that disrespect often reflects the other person's issues rather than your own worth empowers you to handle negative interactions gracefully. This perspective helps you maintain your self-esteem and focus on what truly matters, your own growth and happiness. 13. Forgive and forget. Imagine you're holding on to a grudge against someone who disrespected you months ago. Every time you think about it, you feel a surge of anger and resentment. What if you could free yourself from this emotional burden by choosing to forgive and forget? Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, suggested that delaying anger is the greatest remedy for it. Forgiveness is a powerful tool that benefits your mental, emotional, and physical health. Holding grudges harms you more than the person who disrespected you, creating unnecessary stress and negativity in your life. Consider the story of Alan, a business owner who was betrayed by a trusted partner. Alan was devastated and angry, but he realized that holding onto this anger was consuming his energy and affecting his business. He decided to forgive his former partner, not because the betrayal was acceptable, but because he wanted to free himself from the grip of bitterness. This decision allowed Alan to focus on rebuilding his business and moving forward with a clearer mind and lighter heart. Forgiveness involves several important steps. A. Acknowledge your feelings. Recognize and accept your emotions instead of suppressing them. B. Understand the impact. Reflect on how holding on to anger and resentment is affecting your well-being. C. Make a conscious decision. Choose to forgive, understanding that it's a gift you give yourself, not necessarily the other person. For instance, if a friend betrayed your trust, forgiving them doesn't mean you forget what happened or ignore the lesson learned. It means you release the hold that the negative emotions have on you. You might choose to distance yourself from that person, but you do so without carrying the emotional baggage. Forgiveness is not about excusing the disrespectful behavior, but about freeing yourself from the cycle of negativity. It's an act of self-compassion that allows you to move on and focus on more positive aspects of your life. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles, helping you maintain your inner peace and resilience. In essence, forgiveness is a transformative practice that helps you let go of past hurts and focus on your present and future well-being. It empowers you to handle disrespect with grace and wisdom, fostering a more peaceful and fulfilling life. 14. Reflect and meditate. Imagine the end of a long, challenging day where you face several instances of disrespect. Instead of letting these experiences fester, you take a quiet moment to reflect and meditate. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, practiced daily reflection to strengthen his understanding and resilience. This practice can help you process and handle disrespect more effectively. Consider the story of Claire, a busy executive who encountered disrespectful behavior from a colleague during a crucial meeting. That evening, she took time to reflect on the incident, analyzing her feelings and response. Through meditation, she found clarity and peace, which helped her approach future interactions with greater calm and confidence. Reflecting and meditating on your experiences involves finding quiet time. Set aside a few minutes each day to reflect on your experiences without distractions. B. Analyzing your reactions. Consider how you felt and responded to disrespect, and think about how you could handle similar situations better in the future. C. By practicing mindfulness, focus on the present moment, allowing yourself to let go of past grievances and future anxieties. For example, if you were disrespected by a customer, reflecting on the encounter can help you understand your emotional triggers and develop strategies to remain calm in future interactions. Meditation can further help you release negative emotions and cultivate a sense of inner peace. Regular reflection and meditation not only enhance your ability to handle disrespect, but also contribute to overall well-being. They allow you to process your experiences thoughtfully and respond to challenges with a balanced and composed mindset. 15. Choose your battles. Imagine you're at a social event and someone makes a mildly disrespectful remark. You could confront them, but you decide it's not worth your time or peace of mind. Not all disrespect is worth addressing. As Seneca said, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. Choosing your battles means knowing when to engage and when to let go. Some conflicts are too trivial to spend your energy on, and addressing every slight can lead to unnecessary stress and distraction from more meaningful pursuits. Consider the example of Lisa, a dedicated teacher who occasionally receives sarcastic comments from a few students. Instead of reacting to every comment, Lisa chose to focus on building positive relationships with her students and addressing issues that truly impacted their learning environment. This selective approach allowed her to maintain her focus and effectiveness as a teacher. Choosing your battles involves A. Assessing the impact. Determine whether the disrespect significantly affects you or your goals. B. Weighing the consequences. Consider whether addressing the issue will lead to a positive outcome or unnecessary conflict. C. Preserving your peace. Focus on what truly matters and let go of minor irritations. For instance, if a colleague makes an offhand remark that doesn't significantly affect your work or relationships, it might be better to ignore it and move on. By conserving your energy for more important issues, you maintain your focus and inner peace. Choosing your battles is a strategic approach that helps you navigate life's challenges with wisdom and efficiency. It ensures that you invest your time and energy in meaningful pursuits rather than getting bogged down by trivial conflicts. Conclusion: stay strong, stay calm, stay stoic. By incorporating these 15 Stoic lessons into your life, you can handle disrespect in a way that is healthy, rational, and dignified. These principles not only help you manage disrespect, but also improve your relationships and personal growth. Embracing these Stoic principles will help you stay strong, stay calm, and stay stoic in the face of disrespect, leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to thrive in the face of adversity while others struggle to cope? What if you could develop a mindset that empowers you to handle life's challenges with grace and strength? The ancient philosophy of Stoicism offers timeless principles that can help you build resilience and inner fortitude. By embracing these 20 Stoic principles, you can transform your approach to life's inevitable ups and downs, finding not only strength, but also a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. Let's explore how these powerful ideas can guide you toward a more resilient and empowered life. 1. Practice mindfulness. Practicing mindfulness means being fully present in the moment, aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings, without judgment. This principle can significantly enhance your resilience by grounding you in the here and now. For instance, imagine you're walking in a park. Instead of being lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past, you focus on the sights, sounds, and smells around you. You notice the vibrant colors of the flowers, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the scent of fresh grass. This simple act of mindfulness can reduce stress and increase your appreciation for life's small pleasures. In a work setting, practicing mindfulness might involve paying full attention to a meeting, listening intently to colleagues without planning your next response, which can lead to more productive and meaningful interactions. By training yourself to stay present, you can improve your ability to handle stress, make clearer decisions, and build stronger relationships. 2. Always expect the worst. Expecting the worst doesn't mean being pessimistic. It's about preparing yourself mentally for potential challenges. This approach reduces anxiety and enhances resilience. For example, a project manager anticipates possible setbacks, like delays in delivery or unexpected technical issues. By considering these scenarios, they develop contingency plans, ensuring they're ready to handle any problem that arises. This preparation leads to a more composed and effective response when faced with real difficulties. Similarly, an athlete visualizes not just winning, but also dealing with injuries or losses, which helps them stay focused and resilient under pressure. By expecting the worst, you can turn potential setbacks into manageable challenges. 3. Make alliances with winning people. Surrounding yourself with positive influences is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Think of a student who struggles with motivation. By joining a study group with diligent classmates, they find themselves inspired to adopt better study habits and achieve higher grades. Similarly, an entrepreneur partners with experienced business people who provide valuable advice and support, leading to better decision-making and business success. These alliances not only offer encouragement, but also expose you to new perspectives and strategies. Winning people lift you up, help you stay motivated, and guide you through challenges, making your journey smoother and more rewarding. 4. Remember, death is inevitable. The awareness of mortality can profoundly impact your priorities and decisions. Consider a professional who spends all their time working, neglecting family and personal interests. After a close friend's sudden passing, they realize the importance of balancing work with quality time spent with loved ones and pursuing personal passions. This shift in perspective leads to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing the inevitability of death helps you focus on what truly matters, whether it's strengthening relationships, pursuing meaningful goals, or simply enjoying life's fleeting moments. This awareness encourages you to live with purpose and intention, making the most of your time. 5. Stop worrying about what is out of your control. Focusing on what you can change and letting go of what you cannot control is a key aspect of Stoic resilience. Imagine a job seeker stressing over a company's hiring decision. Instead of worrying about the outcome, they concentrate on refining their resume, improving interview skills, and exploring other opportunities. This shift in focus not only reduces stress, but also increases their chances of success. In everyday life, a parent might stress about their child's grades, which they cannot directly control. Instead, they focus on providing a supportive learning environment at home. By directing energy toward what's within your control, you reduce unnecessary anxiety and become more effective in handling life's challenges. 6. Your reactions forge your destiny. How you handle misfortune defines your life. Consider two individuals who face a job loss. One becomes despondent and gives up, while the other sees it as an opportunity to pursue a long-held passion. The latter's positive reaction leads to new opportunities and personal growth. Similarly, in a sports context, an athlete who loses a crucial match can either dwell on the loss or use it as motivation to train harder and improve. By choosing to respond constructively to setbacks, you can turn adverse situations into stepping stones for success. Your reactions shape your destiny, making resilience a matter of perspective and choice. 7. Incorporate humility. Adopting a childlike wonder and a willingness to learn fosters resilience and growth. Picture a seasoned chef who, despite years of experience, eagerly attends cooking classes to learn new techniques. This humility keeps their skills sharp and their passion alive. In another scenario, a manager who admits to not having all the answers and seeks input from their team builds a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement. Humility allows you to remain open to new ideas, acknowledge mistakes, and grow from them. It's this mindset that enables you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and adaptability, always ready to learn and evolve. 8. Bet on simplicity. A simple life reduces stress and pressure, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Consider a busy professional overwhelmed by commitments. By decluttering their schedule, prioritizing tasks, and saying no to unnecessary obligations, they find more time for relaxation and meaningful activities. This simplification leads to a significant reduction in stress. Similarly, a family that opts for minimalist living, focusing on experiences rather than possessions, often finds greater joy and connection. By betting on simplicity, you create space for what's important, reduce distractions, and enhance your overall well-being. This principle encourages you to find peace in less, fostering a more balanced and content life. 9. True wealth is a contented spirit, and appreciating what you have rather than lamenting what you lack cultivates true wealth. Imagine a person living in a modest home who focuses on the love and joy shared within the family rather than comparing their situation to wealthier neighbors. This contentment brings them more happiness than material wealth ever could. Similarly, a professional who takes pride in their work, regardless of their position, experiences a sense of fulfillment that money can't buy. By shifting your focus from external possessions to internal satisfaction, you develop a richer, more contented spirit. This mindset helps you find joy in everyday moments and appreciate the abundance already present in your life. 10. Guilt is a plague. Avoid blaming others or yourself excessively to foster responsibility and growth. Picture an employee who made a mistake on a project. Instead of dwelling on guilt or blaming colleagues, they acknowledge the error, learn from it, and implement measures to prevent future mistakes. This proactive approach not only enhances their skills, but also builds trust with their team. In personal relationships, letting go of guilt and taking responsibility for your actions can lead to healthier interactions and personal growth. By viewing mistakes as learning opportunities rather than sources of guilt, you create a mindset focused on improvement and resilience. 11. Do not cling to a single hope. Diversify your dreams to increase your chances of success and reduce the impact of setbacks. Consider an artist who dreams of becoming famous. Instead of focusing solely on one gallery exhibition, they explore multiple avenues, like teaching art classes, selling work online, and participating in community projects. This diversification not only opens up various opportunities, but also makes them more resilient to disappointments. In another scenario, a student applies to multiple colleges rather than pinning all hopes on a single institution, ensuring they have options regardless of the outcome. By not clinging to a single hope, you spread your risks and create multiple paths to success. 12. Listen twice as much as you speak. Valuing others' voices over your own can significantly advance your life. Imagine a leader who spends meetings actively listening to team members rather than dominating the conversation. This practice not only boosts team morale, but also uncovers valuable insights and ideas. In personal relationships, a friend who listens attentively builds deeper connections and trust. By listening more, you understand different perspectives, learn from others' experiences, and make more informed decisions. This principle helps you build stronger, more meaningful relationships and fosters a culture of respect and collaboration, both personally and professionally. 13. Ignore those who hate you. Not wasting time on negative people is essential for maintaining your mental well-being. Picture an author who receives harsh criticism online. Instead of engaging with detractors, they focus on positive feedback and constructive critiques, using them to improve their work. This approach not only preserves their peace of mind, but also fosters growth. In a workplace, an employee who ignores toxic gossip and aligns with supportive colleagues finds greater job satisfaction and productivity. By avoiding those who bring negativity into your life, you conserve energy for positive interactions and personal development, creating a more uplifting and empowering environment. 14. Prepare to fail. Embracing failure as a path to improvement is crucial for resilience. Consider an inventor who views each failed prototype not as a setback, but as a step closer to success. This mindset allows them to learn from mistakes and refine their designs, ultimately leading to breakthrough innovations. Similarly, a student who struggles with a difficult subject but views each mistake as a learning opportunity is more likely to improve and succeed. By preparing to fail and seeing it as a necessary part of growth, you become more resilient, persistent, and open to new possibilities, transforming failures into stepping stones for success. 15. Control your reactions. Not letting others dictate your emotional state is a powerful aspect of resilience. Imagine a customer service representative dealing with a rude client. Instead of reacting angrily, they maintain composure, addressing the issue calmly and professionally. This not only diffuses the situation, but also leaves the representative in control of their emotions. In personal relationships, staying calm in the face of conflict allows for more constructive resolution and prevents escalation. By controlling your reactions, you protect your peace of mind and demonstrate emotional strength. This principle empowers you to navigate challenging interactions with grace and maintain your inner balance. 16. Friendship is above wealth. Valuing genuine friendships over material wealth enriches your life profoundly. Picture someone who prioritizes spending time with close friends over working extra hours for more money. These friendships provide emotional support, joy, and a sense of belonging that money cannot buy. In another example, a person chooses to help a friend in need rather than pursuing a lucrative but morally dubious opportunity. This choice strengthens their bond and reinforces their values. By placing friendship above wealth, you build a support system that enhances your happiness and resilience, proving that true riches lie in meaningful relationships. 17. Be aware of the dangers of fortune. Recognizing that wealth can corrupt and attract false friends helps you maintain integrity and genuine relationships. Consider a lottery winner who suddenly finds themselves surrounded by people seeking favors. By being cautious and discerning, they protect their wealth and well-being. In another case, a successful business person stays grounded by maintaining old friendships and focusing on personal values rather than material gains. This awareness helps them navigate the complexities of wealth without losing sight of what truly matters. Understanding the dangers of fortune allows you to handle success wisely, preserving your integrity and ensuring your relationships remain genuine. 18. Extract benefit from everything. Finding the positive in all situations fosters a resilient mindset. Imagine a traveler whose flight gets cancelled. Instead of lamenting the delay, they use the time to explore the airport, meet new people, or catch up on reading. This positive attitude turns a frustrating situation into an opportunity for new experiences. In a work scenario, an employee who misses out on a promotion might use the setback to identify areas for personal growth and skill development. By extracting benefit from every situation, you train yourself to see opportunities in challenges, enhancing your resilience and ability to thrive in any circumstance. 19. Fulfill your duty. Performing your role without expecting praise cultivates a sense of responsibility and inner satisfaction. Picture a nurse who works diligently to care for patients, not for recognition, but out of a genuine commitment to helping others. This dedication not only benefits those they care for, but also provides the nurse with a deep sense of fulfillment. In a family setting, a parent who performs daily chores and responsibilities with love and without seeking accolades creates a nurturing environment. By focusing on fulfilling your duties, you build a strong character and find intrinsic rewards, knowing you've done your best regardless of external acknowledgement. 20. Embrace change. Understanding that change is inevitable and learning to adapt gracefully is essential for resilience. Consider a professional who faces a major industry shift. Instead of resisting, they proactively learn new skills and adapt to the changes, positioning themselves as a valuable asset in the evolving landscape. In personal life, someone who moves to a new city might embrace the opportunity to explore, meet new people, and grow from the experience. By embracing change, you become more flexible and open to new opportunities, turning potential disruptions into pathways for growth and improvement. This adaptability is a cornerstone of a resilient and successful life. In conclusion, by integrating these 20 Stoic principles into your daily life, you can cultivate a mindset of resilience and strength that empowers you to face any challenge with grace and wisdom. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot always control what happens to us, we can control our reactions and attitudes. This shift in perspective can transform adversity into opportunity, fostering personal growth and inner peace. As you embrace simplicity and focus on what truly matters, you will discover a profound sense of contentment and fulfillment. Embrace these timeless teachings and let them guide you toward a life of greater resilience, strength, and enduring happiness.